industry, and government sectors. Thanks to the Women in Tech Summit Chair and esteemed committee members, the program is carefully designed to shed the light on achievements and best practices of women leaders in information and communication technology, in addition to discussing challenges that they are currently facing in their sectors and potential approaches to address them. To our respected guests everywhere, please join the ongoing discussions by sharing your thoughts in the session's chat section and write your questions to the panelists and speakers in the questions section located on the right side. As this is the opening session of the Women in Tech Summit, please allow me to welcome the Summit Chair, Dr. Buthaina Tulaili, Associate Professor at Rochester Institute of Technology, Dubai, UAE, and the Chairwoman of IEEE Women in Engineering Section in the United Arab Emirates, and Dr. Fatma Tahir, the Assistant Dean and Associate Professor at Zayed University, UAE, and also the Chairwoman of the IEEE United Arab Emirates Section. Dr. Buthaina, the mic is yours now to welcome your guests and the conference attendees.
Thank you, Lamia. Good afternoon or good morning, everyone. So I'm Buthaina Tulaili. I'm the chair of the summit, and I would like to welcome you virtually for the first edition of Women in Tech Summit. I want to thank the organizer for this great initiative and the steering committee for making this happen. So Mr. Gerd Leonhard mentioned during the first day of the conference that artificial intelligence is the new electricity. Data is the new census. We are experiencing a complete digital transformation in all aspects of our lives. We need to invite more women to embrace AI and take a leading role in digital transformation. The global market for AI-based services, software and hardware will reach $130 billion by 2025, and women need to gain these opportunities. I would like to thank our 24 speakers and 3 keynote. They will share their valuable thoughts and insight on AI, digital transformation, IoT, smart city, technology and innovation, and more. Now, I would like to share my experience with IEEE Women in Engineering. I was the chair for 10 years. Now I'm only the honorary chair. We have Engineer Balqis, she's the chair now. And I would like to share my experience with you. So let me share my screen. Okay. So what is IEEE Women in Engineering? WE stands for Women in Engineering. It's one of the world's leaders in changing the face of engineering. Our global network connects nearly 22,000 members in over 100 countries to advance women in technology at all points in their life and career. It's dedicated to inspiring girls around the world to follow their academic interest in a career in engineering and science. Our mission is to facilitate the recruitment and retention of women in technical discipline globally. And our vision is a vibrant community of IEEE women and men collectively using their diverse talents to innovate for the benefit of humanity. So Women in Engineering is not only for women, but also for men who would like to support women. So Women in Engineering around the globe, these 22,000 members all over the world in 100 countries are distributed this way. We have 46% in India, China, and the Pacific Rim, 18% in Europe, Middle East, and Africa. We are part of this region. 21% in Latin America, only 11% in the United States, and 4% in Canada. So Women in Engineering strives to recognize women's outstanding achievement in electrical and electronic engineering, and I should say in more disciplines in technical fields.
Dr. Buthaina, I'm sorry for interrupting you, but I can see your slides. I can see the opening slide, but I can see the next slides.
You cannot see the next slides?
It's frozen, I guess.
Oh, oops. Okay, let me maybe share.
Yeah, I can now see them. Yeah,
You
please
can
go
see
ahead.
them. Okay. So should I start again or?
Doctora, make presentation view. It would be better, not
Yeah.
PowerPoint down.
Yeah,
Okay. Can you see all my slides now?
yes.
Yes.
Okay. Should I just finish or already talked
Please
about this?
continue your speech.
What is that? Lamia? Hello?
Continue.
Okay.
We can.
So again, I will just repeat this. So our mission is to facilitate the recruitment and retention of women in technical disciplines globally, and our vision is a vibrant community of IEEE women and men collectively using their diverse talent to innovate for the benefit of humanity. So these 22,000 members are all over the world in 100 countries, and this is distributed this way. I already talked about it. And Women Engineering strives to recognize women outstanding achievement in electronic and electrical engineering, organize reception at major technical conferences to enhance networking and promote membership in women engineering, advocate women in leadership roles in IEEE governments, provide assistance with formation of new affinity group, administer the STAR program to mentor young women in high school to embrace engineering, promote membership grade, you can be a senior member and then a fellow, facilitate the development and programs and activities that promote the entry into and retention of women in engineering program. So some resources to help women boost their career in engineering through IEEE. We have a lot of women engineering lab webinars, such as Women in Negotiation, Women in Entrepreneurship, providing travel grant to attend the IEEE conferences. Through IEEE TV, there is a women engineering channel, and one of the series, which is really great, is called I Changed the World, I'm an Engineer, in which women share their career trials and triumph. Through IEEE Collaboratech, women connect and collaborate with individuals from around the world and with various technical backgrounds. A lot of events to empower and inspire women all over the world. Internationally, there is this Women in Engineering International Leadership Conference. It's happening every year in May in the US. Now it's happening in Texas, and there is still a call for speaker going around. If you need more information, please let me know. And part of the IEEE, the Women in Engineering Leadership Conference, there is we have International Leadership Summit happening all over the world. In the UAE section, we started with only 12 members. Now we are about 200 members. We coordinated many events to empower women and promote women in engineering. We organized high school visits, engineering seminars, workshops. We organized Women Engineering Conference to empower and inspire women. We actually, before the IEEE International Leadership Conference that started only a couple of years ago, I can tell you that we
Dr. Buthaina, I'm sorry, again. But
I had nice pictures. Can you see it now? Maybe when in this mode is it seen? Can you see it?
I can see the next slide now.
You can see this slide?
Yeah, they are moving now, yeah.
I will keep it this way. Maybe in the presentation mode, it's not working. I don't know why. So again, as I said, we have started the Women in Engineering Conference back in 2011 when I did not see any Women Engineering Conference anywhere in the world. And we started before the US. We were able to compete with these 900 affinity group all over the world, and we won the Women Engineering Affinity Group of the Year in 2010. You can see my slides now, right? Lamia?
I can see them.
Yes.
I think presentation mode is not working somehow for streaming. I don't know. Anyways, we have participated in many events such as the World Engineering Education Forum to promote and inspire women in engineering. We organized this Women Engineering Summit, Leadership Summit back in October 2016. We had more than 150 attendees. We initiated this Women Speaker Series back in 2018 with different themes such as disruptive technology, innovation and entrepreneurship, education, leadership, and lately, of course, we had to tackle the higher education after COVID-19. And these Women Speaker Series are free of charge. They are open to any woman in different stages of their career. So all this is based on volunteer work, and if you are interested in women in engineering and being part of our group, please let me know. Thank you. So without further ado, I leave the floor to Dr. Fatma now.
Thanks a lot, Hussaina, for the welcome note. Now we have Dr. Fatma to share with us her welcome note for the Women in Tech Summit. Dr. Fatma, the mic is yours now.
Assalamu alaikum. This is Dr. Fatma Tahir, IEEE UAE Section Chair and the Associate Professor and Assistant Dean for Research and Outreach in the College of Technological Innovation at Zayed University. I am also the CEO for Happiness and Wellbeing at Zayed University. First of all, I would like to thank the General Chair of the conference, Dr. Isa Bastaki, and I would like to thank also Dr. Buthaina, the Chair of the Women in Tech Summit. I would like also to thank the organizing committee members for Women in Tech Summit. I know they did a great effort to turn to the virtual platform with all challenges that 2020 has brought. I am so grateful for the timeless effort of the organizing committee. As a chair of IEEE UAE section, I take great pride in welcoming keynote speakers, researchers, practitioners, and stakeholders from academia, industry, and government to share their latest research contribution in this summit. A special welcome to all women who join us in this summit. The IEEE UAE section was established in 1987. It is an organization composed of engineers, scientists, and students. IEEE is the world's largest technical professional organization dedicated to advancing technology for the benefit of humanity. IEEE UAE section is part of the Region 8, the mother organization. I know you have all idea about it. And our vision is to advance the technological innovation and excellence for the benefit of humanity. The mission of the section is to reach this vision by promoting the engineering process of creating, developing, integrating, sharing, and applying knowledge about technologies and sciences. This engineering process promotion is achieved through publishing periodicals, books, standards, conference proceeding, electronics product, and mixed media. Since its establishment, the section has played an essential role in widening the scope of the techno-electrical and computing awareness in the society. IEEE UAE section will continue to build the technological infrastructure to develop techno-electrical industry and to improve lifestyle of the individuals. IEEE UAE section has around 1,400 members distributed among 8 societies, and one of them is the Women in Engineering, where we have a very active members there, as Dr. Buthaina talked a while ago about our activities and everything in Women in Engineering. Really, Dr. Buthaina, you and your team did a great work in this aspect. We are happy also to announce that IEEE has sponsored technically a lot of high-rank international and local conferences, and we bid during the year. We keep bidding to attract all these high-rank conferences to be held in UAE. We have many initiatives with the industrials, governments. We sign a lot of MOUs with them and with the most of the universities in the UAE. During COVID-19, we are very active and we established the position of chair for the innovation and research at IEEE UAE section, and this helped us to conduct online distinguished seminar series by inviting IEEE distinguished speakers. It is our great pleasure to be one of the technical sponsors of IEEE Global Conference on Artificial Intelligence and Internet of Things 2020. This conference shares an insight into the recent researchers on artificial intelligence, machine learning, Internet of Things, and 5G to foster digital transformation and for developing sustainable smart cities. It's helped to meet some of the most advanced IoT companies in the MENA region, provide a great opportunity to hear the success stories of the companies developing AI or IoT solutions, helps establish connection with tech professionals, startup company executives, and anyone interested and passionate about the new technology, and explain the importance of AI and Internet of Things in our life, from healthcare, wellness to home improvement. For UAE, let me please highlight some of the UAE achievement during COVID-19, and I consider my country UAE is a unique in this aspect. It was learning as usual until United Arab Emirates confirmed 27 active cases of COVID-19 on 3rd of March 2020. To curb the spread of the virus among children and young people, the Ministry of Education took immediate action by bringing forward the spring break and by closing educational institute for 2 weeks, starting from 8th March. The Ministry of Education also decided to provide education remotely for the following 2 weeks with the intention to resume regular learning in schools and college thereafter. And most students are still learning from home. Government schools running a home teaching program called Learn from Afar, while private schools are using digital platforms such as Google Classroom, Google Class Dojo, Teams, Zooms, WebEx. Almost overnight, the UAE successfully moved 1.2 million students online. The foundation of these overnight successes was laid down about 2 decades ago. At the turn of the century, the UAE launched Dubai Internet City, followed by Dubai Media City, to support technology companies in the country, as well as boost technological advances and economic growth throughout the region. Later in 2009, Dubai Silicon Oasis was established. Today, there are several free zones in the United Arab Emirates that promote ICT, stretching from Abu Dhabi and Dubai to Sharjah and Fujairah. The UAE government further invested in ICT through TRA's ICT Fund, which call Center of Digital Innovation, and various e-learning and m-learning programs launched in 2007. The primary role of the ICT Fund is to allocate financial resources to projects that develop the UAE capabilities in the field of ICT. By 2014, the ICT Fund invested more than 1.6 billion dirham in various ICT projects, including education and space technologies. The Center of Digital Innovation also was launched by TRA in 2013 to make the UAE a smarter and digital transformed nation. It currently facilitates various capacity building and research and developing activities result in knowledge generating product and services primary in ICT. I wish the conference a great success, especially for this summit, and I would like to welcome all women to Dubai virtually. We hope to meet you next year, inshallah, physically. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Fatma. I can't wait to see all the amazing discussions and keynotes that we have today. It's now time to commence the Women in Tech Summit program. Up next in the summit, a panel discussion titled Women in ICT Leadership, featuring female leaders from different tech ventures around the world. This panel shall start in 15 minutes. You can join us by navigating to the live tab on the left sidebar. See you there.
Thank you, Lamia. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you, Dr. Buthayna.
Thank you, Dr. Fatma and Dr. Buthayna.
As I was saying, I would like to take this chance to also welcome Dr. Sarah.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all our honorable audience and guests from around the world. It's my pleasure to be your host for the first day of IEEE Global Conference on Artificial Intelligence and Internet of Things, IEEE GCAIoT. Today we have two of the main activities of the conference taking place in parallel. We have the Industry Summit and Women in Tech Summit. I'm sure they both will carry a lot of benefit to you. I would like to remind you that you can network with the conference attendees and speakers from the right side of the screen in People section and share your thoughts and ideas in the event feed. Don't miss this opportunity of meeting look-like minds from all over the world. Also, during the session, you can share your questions with the speakers and panelists through the questions section in each session. And without any further, let's start our first panel for today. The future was near, now the future is here. AI, big data, IoT, mobility, and much more will be discussed in our first panel for today. This insightful panel will be an eye-opener for us to know the huge difference we can make in the future. Please let me introduce Engineer Mohammed Abdelgalil, Account Executive Middle East and Africa at HERE Technologies. The floor is all yours, Mr. Mohammed, to welcome your guests and start the insightful panel.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having us for today. Let me introduce my esteemed panel. So we have Engineer Hani Abdelqawi. He's from the Google team. Yeah, he's the head of travels for the global accounts. Also, we have Engineer Vidya from SAP. She's the director of the Co-Innovation Lab for the Middle East region. And also we have Engineer Zakaria from Oracle. He's our principal consultant, eventually for this panel, but also for Oracle team on the Middle East and North Africa region. So thank you for having us today, and we have a very hot topic that we need to talk about. So the whole challenge with the COVID situations, the corona is hitting everyone. However, we have a very good news recently with the vaccine coming, and a lot of momentum start to come back. But in between, I was looking to get the feedback from our dear panelists for more information on the journey of this type of challenges and the opportunities coming. Everyone start to notice what's happened with March, April timeframe, the whole lockdown. We have a lot of pictures, videos shared right and left in March and April with street empty, with airplanes parked on the airport. Even the airports as well has no people there. It was a big of a challenge for everyone to recognize the new world. Yeah, it wasn't there before. It was very active. It was very busy. We always has this type of topic of global village, small village. Yeah, everything is connected, and all of the sudden it become disconnected, and the mobility become a big challenge for a bit of time during the 2020 years. So having said that, if Hani, giving that you have the travel hat, yeah, in our panelists at this point of time, what happened on the travel industry and the mobility industry?
So thanks, Muhammad, and good afternoon, everyone. Very pleased to be joining you virtually this time here. I've been with Google for quite some time, and we always look at the consumer kind of trends and barometer that we take as a reflection of what's happening on the ground. So being working in travel and being a traveler myself, I do miss the airport. It's like I have been to about 70 countries over the last 6 years alone, at least once. And I don't even remember the last time I visited the airport. Probably it was early March. So being a traveler myself and being standstill on ground, it's not just me. It's like the whole industry and the whole like support industries that goes around it. So just a few quick facts about travel before we go into what happened. So out of every 10 jobs in the world, there is one that is related to travel. When you speak about travel, it's not only about like the airline operator or the hotel suppliers that you go and visit. Think about the restaurant, think about the taxi drivers, think about like the bazaars, think about like all of these like kind of expanded network of support services related to travel. All of them got impacted. So what happened back particularly in March and April is we have seen something that was unprecedented for the whole travel industry. So for the first time ever, planes were grounded. We have seen like airlines such as, let's say, Lufthansa, as an example. They used to fly 350,000 passengers per day. And during April, this went down 99%. They were merely flying 3,000 passengers per day in return. So when you look at like what happened to the consumer and what happened to the industry, so people were cautious about the mobility. The mobility trends were completely different at that point of time. Obviously, there was a standstill stage, and there were a little bit of a temporary changes and also permanent changes that we have seen or even expect to last longer. So among the among the temporary changes to begin with, so people were looking at like, can I change my hotel booking? So what are the restrictions rules of entering a certain country? What are like kind of the quarantine rules? So we are speaking about like a huge craze in terms of like people searching actively to get the information related to the travel. And in terms of the travel active commercial queries, so like book a flight to or like find a hotel in and all of these queries, like they dropped significantly, almost by more than half at Google. And then when we speak about like the consumer travel here, we need to break down travel into even the sub-vertical of travel. So there is an air travel, there is hotels, which like represent accommodation, vacation rental categories, and so on. There are also like car rental queries and the demand for getting an RV kind of cars and so on and going through. When we look now at the recovery, fast forward a few months, we are seeing different shapes of recovery. So we always had like, would people come back to their appetite? Would it be a V shape? Would it be a U shape? Would it be an L shape? Or what? So what we have seen is like there is a different shape for every sub-vertical of queries that we are receiving every day. So in terms of, let's say, the cruise and flights, this is absolutely L-shaped. It went down significantly and it remains very flat. If we are looking at, like, for example, car rental queries, so car rental queries made a huge V-shaped spike, and surprisingly, it actually grew year over year. So to like, people did not prefer like the commercial room types, they preferred the life of the Airbnb, the vacation rental, where like you literally own the whole house and you kind of clean it for yourself, so you don't depend on operators or so. So that is something that comes as a representation to the consumer appetite. But like, let's look at what happens to the industry as well. So the industry, they suffered from cutting marketing budgets, asking people to stay at home or even take extended leaves. Like you probably have a friend or two like that is impacted, at least in this whole situation. So the other side, there was a little bit of a depression, but they quickly realized, also suppliers, the need to come back is related to how they can respond to the consumer behavior. So they wanted to always anticipate, like, when would people fly again, and what are the kind of expectations that they will need from us. Rest assured, and I do personally believe that travel is not luxury. Travel is kind of a human necessity after all. So Harvard, for example, had a case study related to like the impact of travel on businesses and GDP of development in every country. They found a causality, not a correlation, between like the kind of the business travel that comes to one country and the development and GDP in that country. So like when it comes to global mobility, yes, we are like responding. Yes, we are now connecting via Zooms. We are connecting via virtual conferencing as we are doing right now. But on the longer run, there is still an impact and importance that things will come back. I will spare a few other ideas, and I'll let the other panelists also share their views on it, and we'll come back to you on some of the key trends that we are seeing.
Yeah, I think people are enjoying, I would assume, the honeymoon, doing the Zoom, yeah, and the whole online activities. My perception, as you mentioned, yes, it is more of a honeymoon, but it has a greater impact on the real GDP for tons of countries. And at some point of time, we need to come back. So it is a bit scary number that you are mentioning right now with one of the airlines from 390K per day into hardly a 3K traveler per day. So I can imagine the whole OPEX, the whole operation behind it. There is a lot of panic happening there. I would assume a lot of technologies companies, they have a lot of respond to that. And I think one of the famous one away from the travel, but I'm really proud of having SAP with Vidya with us for the logistic part of the story. So they managed to have a strong response situation from SAP perspective to save the whole universe logistic chain. So Vidya can give us some insight from SAP perspective and your thought as well on the mobility industry. What's happening?
Thank you, Mohammad, and it's a pleasure to be here today and meet with all of you. From an SAP perspective, and I think I echo Engineer Hani's feelings that when we started this whole pandemic in March, most of us were caught by surprise, and I think there was an anticipation and hope that maybe we would be back into our offices and leading our normal daily lives by April, May. But I think as the months passed, there was this slow realization that on two levels. And I think one was an internal working, which is you as an employee, as an individual. How do you deal with your families? How do you deal with the situation of sitting at home and working with these virtual tools? The second, working in a connected environment. How do you actually start working and interacting without the standard mobility?
wonderful to see here. Thanks.
This is very impressive. Sana, I think that you made a state of art for our.
This rate exceeds 50%, and it's even 60% in some schools. Perhaps this is due to the result of course, even in secondary schools. So that in the public sector, for example, the managing women in managing position in ICT sector is almost 30%. So this confirms what was said by Dr. Sana. And also there are other statistics in Tunisia showing that, for example, for entrepreneurship and for startups, we have 4% of startups which are managed by women in Tunisia. So I think that we have a lot of work to do in order to enhance the position of women, mainly in the ICT sector. So this is why, for example, we started to work on this situation in my association. So we are working with students in universities and also women which are in the professional sector in order to encourage them to face the situation by training, by networking with other women, and we have still a lot of work to do. Thank you.
Very good, Engineer Najla. This is impressive that you brought up the comparison between France and Tunisia, and it makes us even feel prouder. And then I will jump and travel to Profresha. Do you feel sleepy or you are energetic at your time zone? So do you think
yes, it's 1:30 in the morning over here in California. So yes, but I'm not sleepy, thank God. So I'm awake. I'm awake. Yes, absolutely. It is a field that we can succeed in. So like I said, I'm an electrical and computer engineer, but I am a computer scientist as well. So I do develop software. Absolutely, it's a field we can succeed in. As you can see from this illustrious panel right here, we're all successful women, aren't we? So yes, absolutely, it is a field we can succeed in. But as has been said from my fellow panelists, there are some obstacles that we face. So from my experience, you actually have to work a little harder than the men, unfortunately. We have to work harder, we have to work longer hours in order to prove ourselves. And it's a bit unfortunate that we have to do that, but we do have to do it. Because sometimes it's a bit of a perception that we have to face. But yes, absolutely we can, both in industry and in academia. I'll talk a bit more about academia because that's where I'm, you know, that's my field, that's where I work in. Academia is cool because it's a bit more flexible, right? The hours are flexible. I wanted to do it since I was 14 years old, so that was my goal. And I went into academia because of that. Even though it's flexible, it's still, you know, a lot of work. It's still time, but the time is in your own time. You don't have to work 9 to 5. You work in your own time, right? But it's still, but you can be successful in both. But like I said, you still have to work, in my opinion, twice as hard as men. Not because you need to work twice as hard, but sometimes you have to just prove yourself. But if it's about success, absolutely, you can be successful in both academia and industry, as an engineer, as a computer scientist, as any kind of scientist. I always believe, and I tell my students this, if you put your mind to something, you can be successful at anything you want to do. I don't care what it is, you can be successful at anything you want to do. So the simple answer is yes, absolutely. Did we lose Manor? I don't see her video.
I think so. I think she dropped out. Maybe the person who's supposed to speak next, Dr. Bushra, maybe you can go and answer the question, say the, just.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Dr. Manar is back.
I just lost you for a second. Maybe that's because of the excitement of what you were saying, how we should work harder. So I disconnected for a while.
I thought you didn't like what I said or something. I thought Manor. I was like, what? You just dropped off.
That's your vibe. Strong vibe from North America coming all the way to the UAE, and I think I will go to Dr. Bushra. She might comment on. Really, Dr. Bushra, you are a very role model and a very successful woman in tech. And I think you would have different maybe angle when you speak about your achievements and who actually supported you to choose and why you choose actually in the first place as Emirati woman, the IT major, and from the parents and the country. I know that you are also having many awards, and I know that you are having a patent just in the last summer that you were talking about it to me. So what do you think?
Dr. Manar, I think you choose this question for intention for me. Actually, my childhood dream and position, I was always dreaming to become a doctor. I was always dreaming to study in medicine. I was always hoping to become a human doctor. So I joined UAE University and the medicine college, but unfortunately things didn't go well at that stage. Then my father was encouraging me to go to Information Technology College, and it was a new college at that time, so we will be like the first batch to join the college. I was resistant at the beginning because at that time IT and the computer science was not that mature in UAE, and that was back in the year of 2000. So IT, information technology, computer engineering, software engineering, those fields were a bit new for the country. So based on his advice, based on my father's advice, then I enrolled into the IT college. And the time I enrolled to the IT college and I started taking the courses within the major, I really loved what I was doing. Especially the software engineering. So I was even spending my free time and my spare time at home doing developing small software. So whenever our colleagues and my friends were visiting us, I was preparing some games for them. For example, the Million Winner or من سيربح المليون. So I actually developed a software that test your knowledge and test your capabilities based on certain questions, and I was using that as a software or as a platform whenever there are colleagues and friends coming to visit us. So I was actually enjoying what I was doing. So for me, software engineering is a hobby before it becomes, and a passion before it becomes my actual work. And I was lucky enough that I got then a job within software engineering, within software development field, and this is the field that I really like. And the first time I got the job, still I was not having kids, so I was spending most of my time at work and outside work just doing software development, because this is the passion for me. This is where I feel I was enjoying whatever I was doing. So I'm really glad that I've been in this major, and I'm still in this major, and I really like what I'm doing. I'm really enjoying what I'm doing, and I hope I can, at a certain point, make a difference in our community, to see the outcomes and to see the impacts of our work and our strategies and our collaborations with the different stakeholders in UAE. So that was my story, why I selected IT and why I've been in software engineering.
Very inspiring story, Dr. Bushra, and you are doing a great job actually, and you are making the difference. And I will put also the light in the similar discussion with Jumana, the youngest among our panel. So you are very successful woman as well, and please share with us how does, because you started working in Siemens, one of the biggest companies, and this is not easy to achieve as a fresh graduate. And you conducted research and you got empowered again with your master's degree. So Jumana, how your organization support you as a woman in tech?
Thank you very much, Dr. Minar. Maybe I'd like to take this opportunity first to tell you a little bit about my organization, NDU, which is short for the National Digital Transformation Unit. It's a national center of excellence that supports and works together with its partners from the private sector and also from the public sector to accelerate and enable digital transformation in the kingdom, which is one of the main key pillars of Saudi Vision 2030. At NDU, we have about 43% of the workforce represented by women, as well as 44% of the leadership in the organization also represented by women. So I think that this goes to show the role that women have in my organization. In addition, as well as when we look with a broader lens at the kingdom in general, empowerment of women is the top priority of the vision. And on the flip side as well, Saudi women have themselves shown that they are playing a vital role in achieving this vision. And maybe I'd happily like to add that it was also announced in early November that Saudi won a World Award for empowering women in the sector of ICT, which was granted by the International Telecommunication Union. And inshallah, we'll continue to witness more similar achievements in this field in the kingdom and in the rest of the Arab region as well.
This is very amazing and very well deserved on this achievement. Actually, you are representing. These support you as a woman, and I can see it popping out from your eyes that you are very proud that you belong to this organization and how they really support you. So I will go back to Prof. Rasha, because I disconnected for a while from you, but I would like to really hear, because we were talking offline in the backstaging, and you got me to be really attracted to what you. Please share it with the audience about the top challenges that women in tech face in this and how we can overcome.
Sure.
You struggled, as you were sharing, but how you overcome and how you made all of these success after all of these achievements.
So yes, I wanted to actually just quickly share some statistics, some basic top challenges, because I know some of this panel is about statistics. So I wanted to cover some statistic challenges, and I'll share some of the personal experiences very quickly with you. I know we don't have time, but there's a survey that was done in 2019 about women in tech, survey report by Avanti, and there were three top challenges that women face. The first one was being taken seriously due to gender perceptions, and that's still one of the biggest challenges. And I personally have seen that throughout my lifetime. That's still one of the biggest challenges. And although there's been a 15% decrease in women experiencing this between 2018 and 2019, it still exists. And this survey was done for 500 women in the tech field, and still 53.8% said this was an issue. I can say that for myself, I can vouch for it. Like, I can't say how many times I've been at conferences or in hotels just speaking in general to people, and they'll ask me, what is your field or what do you do? And I tell them, oh, I'm a professor in electrical computer engineering or in computer science before I moved to computer science department. And they'd say, oh, and be really shocked that I'm actually in that field. I can't remember how many times that's happened to me. So that's something that's there. 27.1% more women actually felt that there is a barrier which stops them from progressing in their field through that survey. So that's also a challenge for women. And the third one is equal pay and benefits, and that's huge. That still exists to this day, that women get paid less than men for doing the exact same job as men, and sometimes doing it better than men. Come on, let's be real. Not many people on listening to this might agree with us, but let's say it as it is. So how do we overcome these things? Honestly, and these are from my personal experiences, don't change. I haven't. I was one of these females. I was one of 3 females in a class of 100 students when I was in London. I came out 4th out of my class. I couldn't beat the top 3 students. I just couldn't. I tried and I couldn't beat them. But I didn't change. They didn't like that a girl was beating them academically, but I didn't change. They could hate me. I wasn't there to be liked. I was there to be top of my class, and I just did it. I worked and worked till I was top of my class. Well, I wasn't top, I was 4th, but okay, I had to live with it. And that's what we do. We just work as hard as we can, and we try, and we don't change. That's what we have to do. If they want to have a perception of us, we just have that perception. We just try and we stay as we are, and we don't change, and we just move on. To deal with the second one, in my opinion, the barrier, sometimes we create our own barriers, in my opinion. Sometimes it's in our mind. I've lived a long time not asking for things and not trying to improve myself, thinking the glass ceiling was there. So I think sometimes we create our own. But if you have a goal, go for it, and just move on and try and get it. One of my goals was to get to full professor in record time. And I just put that goal in front of me, and I achieved it in the end. So, we try and, put the goal in front of you and go for it. And don't try and not make everyone create that glass ceiling for you, and try and challenge yourself and go for it. And hopefully that glass ceiling won't be there. And for the last one, the challenge for the pay challenge, I mean, that's going to exist for a while, I think. But we can help ourselves by asking for the raises ourselves. Ask for a raise, we feel embarrassed. And one day a few years ago, I said, you know what, heck, I'm going to go ask for a raise and see what's going to happen. What's the worst that's going to happen? I'm going to get a no. Let them say no to me. And I went and asked for the raise, and I got it. So what? Go ask for the raise. See if you're going to get it. But make sure your ducks in a row. Put all your ducks in a row. Make sure you've got the reason to get the raise, and go ask for it. We work hard, and if we work hard, we deserve that raise. So I say go ask for that raise. So the statistics say those are the top.
You are amazing, Prof. Rasha. Please, everyone, women and men, follow the advice of Prof. Rasha. Don't change.
Ask for that raise.
Ask for
Show me the money. Show me the money.
Yes. Yes. Dr. Bushra, since you are a mother, and actually Rasha also a mother of nice kids, really this is also another challenge for women in tech. Can you tell us how you maintain work-life balance in this field? What would be the best advice for your colleagues who are doing and working in tech, especially as you said, you're working and your mind is...
One of the sensors is connected, and we have this real-time data. This sensor now is connected to a direct input to the gateway, and it has a direct signal. It doesn't have protocol, so this is a direct input. It's connected to the IoT node directly, and we have this real-time data, and the node itself is the one who stores this data. So now the sensor is sending the direct real-time data. The node is storing this data, and we can review these data from the node itself. The data is synced between the node and the cloud. Whenever we have a problem with the internet, we can also see the data from the cloud itself. And we can see the sensors from sensor. We have another sensor here.
Khalid, how long does the sensor keep the data stored? Like if there is no internet connection, can they still collect data and keep it stored?
The data is, it is only data without any graphics, without any other heavy or hard storage. So it is small data. It can be stored on the gateway for a long time. It can support, it depends on the specification of the node. So it can support for 1 year, it can support for 6 months. It depends on the capability of the IoT node. And for the cloud, it depends on the cloud itself storage, how many storage, but it is small data. It doesn't big amount of megabytes.
And does it hold the high temperature? Does it being affected by rain, or can be easily damaged, or it has some standards?
The sensor, there are a lot of sensors with its specification, so you have to make sure, is it waterproof, is it temperature can resist until how much of the temperature. You have to make sure of these. You have to select a sensor for the right application you want to place, to read the data for this application you want.
And let's say I have 10 ECs or 10 assets. Do I have to have a sensor for each one of them, or I could have one for all of them?
Let's talk about the energy. If you want to measure first, before the ACs, you want to measure the panel itself. So you have 3 lines of power lines. You have 3. You have to place a sensor for each line. So you have a clamp meter. It's called a CT clamp meter. It will measure the data for this panel. So once you capture the panel, you only know the data for the whole home or whole place. And you have to place, if there is a grid with 2 lines, with 3 lines, you have to place the sensor with the lines, the clamp meter, and you can monitor the temperature of the fridge if you have any problem. Every application or every scenario, you have to set the right sensor. For the power, you can CT clamp meter. For the temperature, you select temperature sensor. For there is some machines coming with the dry contact. Most of people, they don't know about, or the individual people, there is dry contact on the machine. They don't know how to use this dry contact. So the dry contact is used to have the trigger or any fault from the machine. It's already configured from the company. They provide this machine, and they mention that this dry contact will give you data about something. So you can take this dry contact and
also, not only they need to work hard, but they need to network and find, you know, for men it's natural. It's natural for them to form these bonds and network across fields and so on and so forth. But women, it's hard. So we need these organizations. So my advice to all of you is to be part of these organizations. So there's the Women in Engineering globally, and probably there's one in your country, and they do conferences. There is the Anita Borg and the Grace Hopper conference that are about 30,000 people from all over the world that attend. And there is also in regional, there is like women in Latin America, women in Black women computing. There is also Arab women computing that we created. And also Manar is one of the most amazing leader organizing all these chapters with thousands of women and doing all level of activities from hackathon to women AI to data science and so on. These are really powerful. It allows you to, you know, one of the problems that Rasha talked about, which is basically lack of training for women, so which is really, really serious. So you can get a great degree, you can be the first one, but when nobody gives you an internship and hires you, so these organizations you will get to build skills, you'll get to know people, you get to collaborate, you get to do research with, you get to publish, you get to be supported, you get to mentor, you have role models. So you need a structural support. So it's not true that you just have to lean in and work really hard, because there is structural racism that exists. And especially, I mean, it's not just only women in computing, but you have also, you know, discrimination against people of color in general and Blacks. Like, for example, this is a summit on AI, artificial intelligence, and there is a major case now where Google, which is a very famous case, where Google fired a head of ethics committee for AI because she wrote a critical report about how AI is discriminating against people of color and women and so on and so forth. And this is really important for us as educators when we are in a field that we have to be conscious about the racism in the field. We are building these patterns that are also discriminating against women and against people of color. And after these libraries being built and modules, then it's going to be very hard to replace. So it's very important for us on all levels to be talking about the problems in the field that we are creating and we're part of, and how that field also discriminates against people of color and also women. But on the same time, there are all these problems, you know, from autonomous weapons that we're creating, from discriminatory algorithms that we're building. But at the same time, we're seeing a lot of opportunities. I mean, I see in the Arab world that women are moving from a rural village, coming to Dubai, supporting their families. It's opening the world for these women. They're
to me today. Can you read? Can you close the session?
We now conclude our keynote session. Thank you so much, Dr. Musa, for being with us today and sharing your valuable insights. Our beloved audience, up next is the Women in Tech Summit, an interesting
Give the motivation for this talk is that how machine learning comes in multidisciplinary engineering topics and to what level. And then I'm gonna speak about a practical problem where we need to do localization, and localization is based on the RF features. RF stands for radio frequency features. So one aspect of the future wireless technology 6G is that it's going to be user-centric. So each one of us will have its own signature, its own communication system. So I don't need to transmit the same amount of power for someone who is not using his mobile to someone who's always engaged with his mobile, because there will be a waste of power. Now the current base station antennas and the way the distribution of the signal exists is that power is always available to everyone at the same level, which means the quality of the signal is almost equal to all users, even if the user is not using that signal. But the continuous transmission of power and signal to all users equally, even if they are not engaged in communication, is a waste of power. And power is always equivalent to cost, because and also it will restrict the number of users in your channel, because if everybody is assumed to be engaged, it means you are restricting the capacity of the channel to handle more users. Now the new generation of wireless will adapt to the conditions of the user rather than the conditions of the network. So it will be more like user-centric. And the first important aspect for user-centric communication or user-centric services is that you need to define the location of your user who will be user-centric. So is my user outside, outdoor? Is he indoor? Is he inside a multi-level building? Because as you know from your experience with using your mobile, always the signal quality is better if you go closer to the window or stand outside, because you have a clear line of sight, they call it, and less reflections. The more you go inside any building with multiple floors and multiple rooms and complicated decoration, you will lose your signal. And we know it and we feel it when or you go in a tunnel, for example, when you are driving and so on. So obviously, the conditions of the channel define the quality of the signal. So the first point in order to have an optimum design of your network is to know the location of the user. Based on his location, you will be able to provide the appropriate level of the service with the appropriate quality. So you need to do what's called RF features, and you have to study the different indoor scenarios. You have to get all the data set from real measurements in order to train your algorithm, where you develop the algorithm, and once you develop it, you apply machine learning using the trained data set in order to predict the performance of the system and to be able to handle the real data set. And of course, we can either use machine learning or we can go to a higher level where we use deep learning. And deep learning here, it means it is more blind algorithm. So you have minimum knowledge. The only thing you deal with is your data. But with machine learning, you are actually having some intelligence and having some logic in the use of your AI tools. We will explain this shortly. So the motivation again is that there is a new dimension for optimum communication. Now I am able not only to design systems based on the performance in time or frequency or space. Now there is a new dimension where I am able to design systems based on the accuracy and the prediction from machine learning. And it will give me also, we know this is the new concept, we have some intelligence of the physical space, because all current communications, as I told you, does not provide the service according to the location of the user. But if you have a system where you use intelligence of the physical location of the user, intelligence of the physical space, you will be able to feed that information back to your system so that it will optimize the resources according to that condition.
don't know how the situation will evolve, although everybody is, of course, very optimistic and looking forward to the vaccines and consumption will be better because we learned that we can manage such kind of challenges. And of course, governments and institutions are designing all the plans to allow countries and businesses and people and citizens to relaunch the economy and to boost the economy. So I am very positive toward the future.
So I just want to get back to the IEEE GCAIoT. Like, you must have attended tons of conferences this year, but what is the most interesting thing that you've liked about this one?
So for me, this is interesting. Number one, because we talk about concrete cases that we see in the region. And for me, this is important. It's not, too much theoretical or high level. I see and I heard very concrete content. And second, what was very good for me to experience is the enthusiasm that people like you and your colleagues are bringing. So I see such energy and will to share and to learn that
one of them is called decision trees. You can read more
to safety risks for employees and the environment, large-scale power outages, and large replacement costs and other undesirable losses. Continuous condition monitoring of assets will provide the equipment to reach their optimal life cycles. It will also allow immediate faults to be recognized as soon as they appear, and this in turn will improve will provide the beneficial functionality of preventing these losses as soon as they can be addressed. So the way EMI data right now is diagnosed is through electromagnetic interference data. The image shown in the slides here shows how the EMI data is extracted from high voltage assets. EMI diagnosis is very beneficial as it's not intrusive, which means the high voltage asset under diagnosis can remain operational while it's being diagnosed and checked for faults. The image on the left shows how EMI data is extracted using a conductive method, using the connections outlined in the red circle. And the image on the right shows how EMI data is produced using a radiated method, using the antenna attached to the PDS-200 device, which you can see on the screen. Experts recommend maintenance and produce diagnostic reports based on the readings they have required through the mentioned EMI data methods. So are there any downfalls to this approach? And if so, what are these downfalls? Well, the downfalls of this approach are caused by the reliance on experts to perform the diagnosis. When an expert isn't available, due to any reason such as retirement, annual leave, or downsizing, the diagnosis can't be performed. The creation of an autonomous and continuous method for this sort of diagnosis will give non-experts the ability to interpret the EMI data and give diagnostic reports, as well as providing a method of continuous monitoring of these assets. This will increase the pool of employees with the ability to perform diagnosis, in turn eliminating some of the downfalls previously mentioned. So the diagram shown in this slide outlines how the classification is currently carried out by experts. Experts observe EMI data from the high voltage asset in different forms, using their experience and knowledge to label the data with the fault that it shows. The standard method of observing EMI data for diagnosis at the moment is the PRPD method, also known as the the phase resolved partial discharge method. Some people prefer listening to the audio of the time series data from these faults, and also some people just look at the normal, regular, one-dimensional time series fault and perform a diagnosis and classify the fault this way. So the aim of this research is to develop a machine learning model which can be implemented on an edge embedded device outlined in the diagram in this slide. This will perform both a time frequency decomposition of the EMI data and give a fault classification. The system would need to be accurate enough to classify a fault correctly, and would also need to be computationally minimal in order to be implemented on an edge embedded device. Here we can see how the classification of EMI data is carried out by an artificial intelligence system. The system attempts to take in EMI data and perform a classification based on the relevant fault it recognizes in the EMI data. The EMI data goes through a feature extraction method. In the case of this research, the feature extraction method is constant Q transform. Deep learning algorithms attempt to perform classification with the data in many forms, such as sound, images, and text. In this deep learning method, we will observe the data in the form of images for classification. Convolutional neural networks are mostly used for such image processing applications, but this study compares the results of two state-of-the-art convolutional neural networks. residual neural networks, and capsule networks. Feature extraction is a term used to describe the reduction of features in the data. The constant Q transform is a feature extraction used in this method, in this study. The CQT is a form of transform which attempts to mimic the human auditory system by altering spectral and temporal resolutions for low and high frequencies, respectively. The spectrogram shown in this slide shows the raw constant Q transform. This produces a real and an imaginary component, meaning the resultant feature extraction method is complex in nature. Both of these components are used as a two-channel data input observed in this study. Also, the alternative spectrogram shown in the following slide is the absolute value of these components, producing a one-channel result. Both the two-channel and the one-channel results are observed in the study and used as a data input to training and testing. Here we can see the result of taking the absolute value of the components. This is an example of the one-channel data observed. So why perform feature extraction? Well, feature extraction is a method used to increase the accuracy of learned models in data science. Let's look at the example shown in this slide to explain how this accuracy is achieved. We can see in this example that the feature extraction method originally takes in a one-dimensional 1/4000 data input, with this signal only giving information about amplitude in volts and time in seconds. After feature extraction using the CQT method, we can see that the data is transformed into a two-dimensional 84/8 data input. Although smaller in size, it shows more key information than the original information than the original EMI data, showing data on frequency, time, and amplitude in decibels. So the deep learning classification algorithms observed in this study are two convolutional neural networks: a traditional residual neural network, ResNet 18, and a fairly newer convolutional neural network, the capsule network, CapsNet, also known as the CapsNet. Residual neural network models have previously been used in voltage condition monitoring and have been found to provide very good results in the field. The ResNet 18 model used in this study is shown here. It can be seen from the image that the model uses convolution, pooling, normalization, and activation to create a classification prediction from input images. Pooling is a method used to reduce the spatial size of data. Primarily, the primary focus of capsule networks is improving on conventional convolutional neural network classifier accuracies. From this diagram, it is possible to observe how deep the ResNet model can be, having many layers, naturally leading to more computation. Capsule networks are a new alternative approach to convolutional neural network models, and they're created with the focus of increasing accuracy of these classifiers by using an alternative to the widely used pooling method. Pooling has been shown to lose some valuable spatial information, and this is attempted to be overcome by capsule networks by using a dynamic routing method instead of the pooling method, with the hope of improving the accuracy of classifications. It can also be seen that the CapsNet model is shallower than the ResNet model from this diagram. This should intuitively cause the CapsNet to have less computational parameters. With these differences between both classifier algorithms, it would be very interesting to see how the alterations will affect the accuracy and the results. Here we can observe the alternative inputs to our classifiers. We have the raw CQT of the EMI data producing a complex result, a real part and an imaginary part. This complex result is a two-channel data input to our algorithms in this study. And we also have, from this two-channel complex result, a one-channel result by taking the absolute value of the two channels, producing a absolute value transform outlined here. This new one-channel data is also used as a data input to the classifiers in this study. The two alternative forms of data input, one-channel absolute value complex and two-channel complex, are compared in the results. So in order to have a reliable fault classification algorithm, the classifiers have to undergo training. So how does an algorithm train? Algorithms train by running through data entries known as the training data set. The algorithm assigns a label to each data entry. An evaluation metric then provides a score based on how the proposed classifier algorithm matches that of the original faults. This score is very important as training uses it as feedback to the classifier model as required to optimize this evaluation metric to produce an accurate classifier model. This training procedure is repeated many times in order to alter the classifier weights. The number of times the procedure is repeated is also called the number of epochs. This study allowed the classifier algorithms to perform 100 epochs in all cases, and the classifier with the best accuracy, known as evaluation data accuracy, was chosen to be used in further studies. After training has found the ideal weights for the algorithm is tested on testing data, which it has never seen before. The predictions that the algorithm produces are compared to the original data, and a test score is observed, dependent on the algorithm prediction matching the real fault.
Well, thank you very much. That's a very kind introduction. I thought I'd quickly introduce myself and my colleague, my esteemed colleague. My name is Mutahir Salim, as the MC spoke of, and I have my colleague alongside, Qasim. And today we're going to be talking about operationalizing digital information using a real-time example.
My name is Mutahir Salim, as the MC spoke of, and I have my colleague alongside, Qasim. And today we're going to be talking about operationalizing digital information using a real-time example with the Punjab Police. And Qasim represents the Pakistan Information Technology Board, and he's one of the key leaders in actually doing that digital transformation. So it's incredibly insightful. I encourage you to kind of listen to real life experience of digital transformation. My bit will be talking about the data science bit, and actually giving use cases of data science and how we can use that data science to protect life and assets. And there's a plethora of data analytic techniques out there, but today I'm going to run you through 5 of those techniques, and I've directly been in use, or I think are really good use cases. So without further ado, I will go straight on to handing over to Qasim with the PITB, and he'll talk about the digital transformation piece in his journey.
All right.
Over to you, Qasim.
All right, thank you very much. And it's indeed an honor to represent Punjab Information Technology Board in Pakistan at this August forum. Before we proceed towards the journey of how this all happened, I think it's pertinent to go over the criminal justice sector and how it is set up in Pakistan. Pakistan and its neighboring countries were under British rule for a very long time, and the criminal justice sector is built upon the foundations of the British criminal law. So if you could just move on to the next slide, you can see that there are 2 figures which actually are quite evident. Figure 1 highlights the components of the criminal justice sector. There are 5 major components: police, prisons, prosecution, courts, and the corrections or the probation and parole services. These departments do more or less the same stuff in a lot of countries. Pakistan is no exception. So the focus of this particular discussion is on the police department. However, all these components work in tandem, and the ultimate aim actually is to reduce the number of incidents, and that can be achieved through the through an increase in the conviction rate. If you just take a look at figure 2, it walks you at a very high level through the process of a particular criminal investigation. The first step over here is of course an incident. An incident is reported, and primarily the entry point of the criminal justice sector is the police department. The first job of the police department is to actually establish cognizance, whether the incident is a criminal, can be tried in a criminal court or not. So they establish cognizance. Once that is done, a formal investigation is carried out, which may result in arrests, people, case property being confiscated, forensic science tests, crime scene investigation. So it's a very long list. I would not be boring you with the details. And once the investigation is completed, there is the next step is submission of challan. Basically, it's a report. And once that report is finalized, the prosecution department takes over, and the role of the police department becomes secondary. The prosecution department scrutinizes a particular case, and if it is found fit for trial, the judicial proceedings can commence, which are primarily headed by the court. At the end of this entire this exercise, the decision is made. There are many forms of decision, but the one that I would be focusing on over here is either a person who's involved is acquitted or the person is convicted. Now, the conviction rate of the Pakistani criminal justice sector is actually very low. It is at 11.6%. The World Justice Project report places Pakistan at 117th position out of 126 countries in 2019. And I just checked the figures of 2020, and we are again staggeringly gone down further at 120 out of 128. So that basically
السلام عليكم.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته.
يا
باشمهندس هيثم، حضرتك تقدر تعمل شير سكرين وتعرفنا بالفكرة إن شاء الله.
ثواني. هو بس السكيورتي عندي في الماك قفل الزوم ثانية واحدة.
لو في تكنيكال بروبلم هتاخد شويه وقت، ممكن نبدا التيم اللي بعده على لما يحل المشكله وناخد التيم ده بعدها، انما لو دقيقه واحده مفيش مشكله.
هيثم، انت عندك مشكله كبيره ولا عندك حاجه بسيطه؟ هيثم انت سامعني؟ هيثم سامعني ولا؟ كده تمام. كده احنا شايفين السكرين بتاعتك. تمام هيثم، احنا كده شايفين السكرين، تقدر تبتدي الشات بتاعك.
هيثم كان ميوتد فيتاكد بس.
طب هيثم، انت عامل ميوت للمايك، ممكن تعمل ان ميوت؟ ممكن تعمل ان ميوت يا هيثم عشان احنا مش سامعين.
الصوت مسموع؟
كده الصوت مسموع وشايفين البرزنتيشن. تمام اتفضل.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. دلوقتي الشركة اسمها VV5 ستارت اب، اسمها VV5 هيثم الدسوقي. الشركة دي المنتج الأساسي بتاعها هو عبارة عن تاتش ستيكر. التاتش ستيكر ده ستيكر بيتلزق تحت أي سطح بيحوله من فوق تاتش. انتوا شايفين مكان الماوس ما أنا بتحرك؟
بس علي الصوت.
تمام. التاتش ستيكر ده بيتلزق تحت أي سطح بيحوله من فوق تاتش. الستيكر ده شفاف. الستيكر ده جواه ذهب، يعني سبب ان هو شفاف ان هو بيتحط في مكنه، والمكنه دي بتزرع ذهب جواه. الستيكر ده بيتحط تحت الخشب، تحت الازاز، فوق سكرين، بيحولها من فوق تاتش. يعني سبب ان هو شفاف عشان حتى الازاز نفسه يتحول لتاتش ويفضل شفاف في نفس الوقت.
There are so many retailers, for example, and the usage of big data and analytics to provide unique, customized customer experience and reinvent the whole customer journey. So AI and machine learning are more than ever truly showing us a positive impact and really delivering a true digital transformation journey across the board.
Perfect, Mirna. So digging deeper in what you have just said in terms of providing this kind of societal responsibility to use AI for good, I would want to loop in Engineer Huda Mansour to understand, and also Mirna as well, because I think you deal with a huge level of data in your respective industry, and I want to know how do you normally utilize this data to build better behavior and analysis for the users around the platform, across the platform, to build services for societal impact. And if you can give us a concrete scenarios in this. I mean, Mirna talked about using it for healthcare, using it as well for financial services. We know today is the era of behavioral economics and behavioral financing, and many people, if they want to analyze behavior, they use AI to profile users' tendencies and trends of achieving specific aspects. How do you think this would leverage a better societal impact? Engineer Huda or Mirna, whoever want to tackle that question.
Thank you so much. Shall I start, Mirna? Is it okay? Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you very much. So first of all, Dr. Huda, thank you for the question. Very important question indeed. I just want to comment maybe on two aspects that has been mentioned by Ms. Laila and Ms. Mirna as well in their previous discussion. I would like to re-highlight and re-emphasize the importance of culture and the culture change, right? It's not only about emerging technologies, it's not only about AI and machine learning, but it's a complete change in culture that would help us move the needle, that would help us really benefit from those technologies. Also, when Ms. Mirna was discussing the impact of technologies on different sectors and different segments of the society, she referred to applications, for instance, in the healthcare, referring to telemedics. Again, if the telemedicine is available, but people are not able to absorb or not able to use that or integrate it as part of their culture, then it will be really difficult for us to gain or have advantage of such technology. Coming back to your question, right? If we look at societies, specifically the underprivileged societies, and I will refer, for instance, to some of the big countries in the region, including Egypt, where we have a big divide in the, unfortunately, access to resources or access to education or access to funds. We've seen that financial inclusion have been mandated or have been basically very high up on the agenda of the Central Bank of Egypt. And for them to be able to have the proper studies and proper applications of financial inclusion, there would be a definite need to advance technologies such as AI and machine learning. I would also like to refer to another application in smart cities, right? So how can we instill discipline between citizens? How can we make sure that we get the intelligence and we basically scrub the data that we're gathering? We identify trends. Why do people, for instance, take this type of behavior at a point in time, or why do they tend to take a different behavior at a different point in time? Using this information, it can help us shape the way we live. It can help us shape the way we educate. It helps us even change the way we acquire or have access to resources, including food, for instance. You can use it in, coming again to the medical part, into tackling areas where people, for instance, have sensitivity to some elements of food, and doing the very advanced research in order to provide customized access to nutrition when needed. Mirna, over to you, please.
Yeah.
Thank you, Huda. And I think you touched on a very, very important point, which is the culture and the adoption or the ability to change. And this is really a great question, the societal impact of such technology, especially in light of concerns, of valid concerns around the usage of those technologies, their impact on jobs, for example, the vulnerability to cyber attacks, or whether these technologies would be leaving some people behind. How inclusive are they? And I believe, again, referring to the past few months and the pandemic and all what we're living, that we have very solid example of the positive impact that such technologies have driven. And I'll use two close to home. The first, again, is in the healthcare and how they could leverage. So this was with the Ministry of Health in Egypt, and how they leverage the power of AI to come up with a health chatbot to assist the first responder in the first assessment of concerns and cases, and answer the public about key information about the disease, where to go, what to do. So.
and artificial intelligence. So we make sure that we have covered the environment aspect, and we also have covered the human aspect. That's from the operator's operation perspective. From the consumer perspective, so how we digitally transform the experience of the consumers. Consumers are like me and you. We are basically consuming mobile network operators' services. So transforming such kind of digital, this kind of experience through automation of offerings that we receive, reduction of nonsense content that basically pop up in your feeds in a way or another, or pop up in your mobile in a way or another. We use artificial intelligence to manage that, to manage the customer experience and improve it, manage the help desk functions, which actually interact with people, making more automated, more convenient, faster to resolve. And there's also the aspect of basically making sure that the connectivity itself is available to the society. And this is something that we are actively working with operators in Africa and Latin America as well. So making sure that we connect the unconnected. We actually go and connect the rural areas and areas that are, I would say, underserved traditionally with the best connection that we can have. When you have the best connection there, you can enable remote health, remote education, as well as a lot of applications for that.
Remote job as well, which is affecting people, affect people's lives. So yeah, so I think you covered it quite well. So the digital transformation, at least for the operators or the telcos, they have a twofold. One is their own internal processes. So I would assume from consumer, like a normal user perspective, when I look to the operators, I see the connectivity, the electronics, the digital, even their advertising is really advanced. But it's a bit shocking. There are some operators, they have still legacy tracking system and archiving system. Yeah, it's still in the paper and the documents. So as you mentioned, there is a twofold out of it. There is digital transformation for the operator itself, their operations, their systems, their backend technologies, their infrastructure into more of automation, and also enable the users or the user base with a lot of connectivity, a lot of applications, a lot of services that can help them to move forward and get a lot of development. So I like the concept of the human development, as you mentioned, and the whole thinking of augmenting human capability. It is beyond let people go or the general speak of automation or artificial intelligence will let people stay at home. I think part of the fourth industrial revolution that this concept is become very critical, even within the SDGs, the famous 17 SDGs target. It become crucial for everyone to take care of. So I need to ask Dr. Munir on this, how we can augment human with technology, with the whole digital transformation happening these days, and start to speed eventually after the COVID situation, and the relation with the fourth industrial revolution.
Right. Okay, so but before I answer this question, if you just allow me to provide a comment about the previous if you don't mind. So everything Engineer Ibrahim mentioned is excellent, and I totally agree with it. But I think it's maybe part of it. I think there's another part. So yes, it would be good to use automation to leverage artificial intelligence to reduce the energy consumption and all that, and possibly to allow the operators to go towards maybe zero-touch operation for their entire network. But also, whenever you have an intelligent operation on the network, you can reduce also the truck rolls that you have. So you can go and screen and look for trends and look for the alarms and try to filter through the alarms. There are certain alarms that maybe you can ignore, or you already know how to fix them. So you are reducing really the need of dispatching technicians to go there and sit on their truck and maybe pollute the environment even more. And this will also translate into actual gain for the operators, right? And then the third element is the providing better intimacy with the customers that you have, providing better customer experience, but providing better knowledge for the customers that you are serving and what kind of service that they are getting. So by leveraging also automation on artificial intelligence, you get much better insight into that. Plus, you get also some kind of indexing for the loyalty for the customers that you have, so you can cater to the needs for your most important customers. So all this really gearing towards the operators themselves. But as we talked in the beginning, that 5G is not just about consumers. So yes, you can also enhance the consumer, but what about the enterprise? This is really the massive opportunity that maybe we can tap into it. So maybe the operators here can be the credible partner in the digital transformation for the enterprises. So you're talking about physical industries like mining, like utilities, like transportation. So all these industries have been relying for a long time on very manual operations. A lot of the networking that they have is kind of Wi-Fi, maybe best effort, and the operation that they have is extremely expensive. And they operate in a very hazardous environment. So by utilizing automation, teleoperation, artificial intelligence, you will be able to provide them a lot of use cases and possibly even connect all their operation with a private network that they can host in their industrial zone, where you can have edge compute, you can do all the analytics at the edge of the network, they can still maintain the ownership for the data. So there are so many different possibilities, so many different opportunities that I believe will be really the real foundation for the fourth industrial revolution. Now, you asked about the augmentation. So to also touch a little bit about something you asked Engineer Ibrahim, people don't create robots to replace them. They create robots to help them in their jobs, to help them do their jobs better, in a more efficient way, maybe in a safer way. So there are so many different possibilities for the augmentation between human and AI. One possibility really to have an internal cognitive augmentation where all the workers, the technician, they can have an extension for their cognitive abilities. They don't have to rely a lot about their memory. They don't have to go and look up a certain manual if they need a certain information on the spot. So this is more of an internal cognitive augmentation that you have. The other one is an external cognitive augmentation for workers who need to control things at a distance, like the teleoperation that I mentioned. So the mining industry is extremely dangerous industry. So a lot of the machinery that you have to operate are very heavy machinery that maybe you can have someone control them at a distance. So all this is really more of an external cognitive augmentation. And then obviously there's a physical internal augmentation. So to be able to sense, to put some kind of biosensors to check the well-being of your workers, especially again, if you're talking about enterprise, industrial environment, that could be maybe in hazardous areas, to check on their vital signs to make sure that they are okay. And then the final one could be an external physical augmentation where you try to augment the physical abilities of your workers, especially in some industrial industries also that require that, where maybe some workers might be aging workers or might be maybe coming from injuries. So you'll be able to augment their physical abilities with technology and with AI.
So I think it's a major augmentation activity happening with AI and digital transformation. I just start to notice this when you are talking, Dr. Munir, is the number of data points collected. I would assume per femtosecond, not per second. It is massive, right? So there is a huge data flow happening there. I would assume also there is a huge computing power needed, be it cloud, be it internally, behind this in order, as you mentioned, to augment people, to help them to have this type of cognitive recognition when it has a task or mission critical activity. I need to ask you, and Ibrahim, let me direct that to Ibrahim first. What's happening with this data streams, this flood of data?
Well, we have a motto in our team that we do magic using data. So like I lead the team for AI analytics here in the market area in Middle East and Africa, and we actually deliver a lot of global products to Ericsson customers all over, from like not only limited to this region. So dealing with data has always, been, I would say, an interesting part for telco, and obviously for a lot of industries. But if we focus about telco, and look at the data that's being generated and how this data is being, used and reused and utilized and moving around. So data has always, I would say, its own associated nature. So there are types of data.
What do you think? Who wants to take on this question?
Yeah, let me go
Leila,
for that.
go ahead.
I think we should all of us go for that, because when it comes to the digital transformation, is it just like something like accessory? No, it's not just accessory. It's something that a must. All of us need digital transformation, no matter what you are. If you are a health sector, if you are education sector, because some organizations, when it comes to digital transformation, they say, is it our priority? They feel no, we are more responsible about when it comes to the health sector. We have, for example, to build hospitals, we have to get equipment and so on. But
Laila, if someone else would like to take the question. Yes, Dr. Naila. Laila, we lost you for a while. We'll get back to you.
No, but if she came back, Laila, go ahead. No, don't worry.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
This is the technology sometimes technology is betraying us. So yeah, what I was really saying that data transformation is not just an accessory. It's like a must. Any organization, they should go for it. And that's why I got a question from one of the CEOs 2 days ago. He said, we are a little bit struggling. We need to go for digital transformation because we are providing services for the community. And we brought a company so they can work with us, but we haven't succeeded. And I told him, digital transformation is not about a contracted company to come and work for you. It's not about the AI or IoT or any other emerging technology so you can implement it in your organization. You might implement. We have spoken a lot about the AI and the IoT and other emerging technologies. You might have all the technology, but the most important question, are you going to succeed? Is the community going to use your services? Is your staff are going to use it? The first thing that you have to do, and I asked him, what's your culture? You as a CEO, do you know your staff? Are they working properly as a digital transformation, atmosphere, or they are still, the same culture of using the papers? And that we have been, through COVID-19. Through COVID-19, all of us, we started working from home. But the most important question, has everyone succeeded to work from home? No. I'm telling you that. Why? Because most of organizations, they are still using the desktop. I'm sure that, ask your question, is my organization using laptops or desktop? So I told him, you have to fix it first from your home. Don't think about digitalization, the services, and go to the community and say, I'm having a service using the AI and all the recent updated, emerging technologies in my services. Start first as a core business from your organization, because as soon as you are able to work in your organization, you will guarantee that you are going to be productive with your team. The team then will accordingly work in the reprocess engineering. And we need the reprocess engineering so we can determine, are we going to use this technology in the servers or that technology? Because we need all the community first in your organization to be digitalized as a culture, so you can then move it to the outside community.
Amazing, Leila. Thank you so much for this insight. Up to you, Naila. I want to remind the audience who's connecting with us across the globe to shuttle in their questions and the Q&A and the chat boxes for us to just answer them right after we finish a few questions. Naila, go ahead.
Just to mention let's say the positive impact of digital transformation before going to the risks. Then for a company, let's say digital transformation is the use of technological innovations in order to optimize its performance and develop uses. And digital transformation will have an impact on strategy, on business, on organization, on the technical side. If we talk about strategy, there will be an increase in customer value. There will be an increase of brand value. There will be an increase in market share. And it will be able to better face the challenges of tomorrow. On the business side, 360-degree and unique view of the customer will also help the companies that adopt digital transformation to better face competition. automate, optimize, and manage marketing programs. It will speed up the time to market, and it will also increase the quality of customer service. If we talk about organization, there will be fewer employees, but more experts to create value. All professions will evolve, others will blossom, and some will disappear. And we will make management and employees more agile. And on the technical side, there will be a cloud organization to manage, let's say, big data, AI, and so on and so forth. The information system will be more agile, and the performance must be optimal to allow real time, which is very important. And we will have business, a very agile business driven by data. And I think this is very important to understand in order to better prepare the people that will work in those companies today and tomorrow. And this is very important when we see that according to the World Economic Forum, had a report in October 2020, The Future of Jobs, saying that there will be 79 million growing job demands for profiles like data analysts and scientists, AI and machine learning specialists, big data specialists, digital marketing and strategy specialists, and so on and so forth. And there will be 85 million decreasing job demand in data inquiry clerks, administrative and executive secretaries, accounting, accountants, and this is very important in order to better help the jobs of the future and to have the people with the least, let's say, gaps between what the companies need and their skills and competencies.
Can I add? I think it's a very valid, not question, but it's a very valid thought that we'll need to consider, which is the future workforce, because we're looking today at digital transformation, and like most of my esteemed panelists and peers said, it's no longer an option. Digital transformation is becoming a way of life. It is not something that is, are we going to digitize and transform? I think, again, the past few months have shown us that, yes, we will. We have to be agile and adaptive, and digital transformation is helping us do that. But the future and the success of digital transformation truly lies in the hands of the workforce of the future. So that takes us back to another responsibilities that, again, all of us technology veterans and stakeholders have towards our communities and societies and towards that workforce of the future, which is providing the necessary tools, the skilling, the reskilling, the training that is required to prepare them for those new jobs that are going to be happening in a post-COVID-19 economy. So, and again, we have, for example, the Microsoft Global Skilling Initiative, which speaks to that. It was launched a few months ago, looking at providing skills to 25 million people around the world, helping them with employability for the new jobs that are going to happen, training them on skills like data science and AI and cloud solutions and technologies. And I would refer as well to another program that is more close to home in Egypt that we're doing in cooperation with the Ministry of Youth and Sport and the Ministry of Communication and Information Technology that we call Tawar wa Ghayar. And that's a program that looks at skilling and providing digital skills and building the capacities of people in the underserved communities. Again, giving them the tools and helping them with employabilities for the future needed roles. And to date, that program, since its inception 4 years ago, has trained more than 900,000 people And I think it's ongoing initiatives such as these that are going to be very, very important to make our different communities ready for what's next. So I think that was a very important point for us to look at and address for sure.
And if I can add to all that, because we are talking about all that,
Great
and there is
impact,
one
Mirna.
topic that
Go ahead, Dr.
You don't? Yes. In fact, one topic that we are not talking about enough is the SDG and what's happening with the SDG rules and the new national UNDP and so on. So I am part of the Geneva Summit for SDG. Recently, it's going on now, and it's around the energy transition and waste management and what's happening in Africa and in different places of the world, how the new technology, the AI, and the IoT are bringing, for example, the energy to a very, very far away places and village in Africa where people cannot even cook without this minimum energy distribution in their area. And it's amazing to see how the youth generation and all the startup or the social startup that they are developing around the SDG and using the capabilities of the new technology to build new solutions, but not only. They are also building new business models. And these new business models are very, very powerful because they change completely the way that maybe big corporate today are implementing the energy and distributing the energy on this part of the world. And SAP and SDG are partnering on this area, and we are working closely on this area. And I think this is very important because we are in an area maybe with the COVID, and it started before the COVID, but the acceleration is happening during the COVID, like Value 20, all these topics that are coming up.
Their drawback is their test bed is mostly developed using open sources. So they have very limited features and they are non-flexible. And SoundCity. So SoundCity uses only one type of edge devices, that is mobile phones. So the controlling and monitoring of the mobile phones and the overall state operation performance is affected. So now this is our proposed test bed. You could take a look at the proposed test bed architecture. It is a 5-layer stack architecture starting from the edge layer to fog, communication layer, cloud layer, and application layer. Let me explain you what individual layer does is. The edge layer. So edge layers are usually sensors which collects the real-time data, and fog nodes process these data collected by the sensors and sends to the communication layer. And communication layer directs it to the proper cloud layer, and whereas application layer sitting on the top of these layers, collects all these data and serves as a platform for the user. Okay, now let me break down these architecture into individual model. To develop an edge layer, first you should select the appropriate edge devices based on an IoT application. Then interface these selected edge devices with your fog nodes by following the protocols. Imagine the application is to monitor the temperature of a room. You could select a temperature sensor as an edge node. Sorry for the interruption. My apologies. Next, the fog node. Any smart devices could be selected as a smart node. For example, let it be a Raspberry Pi or a BeagleBone. And the developed fog node application for this architecture should be deployed on the fog node, that is on the smart device, and it should be executed. And it is important to make sure that the fog node is connected to a proper gateway. Here, the gateway which we are using is Wi-Fi. Communication layer. So communication layer usually is a router. Here, you should select an appropriate router as a gateway, and that router should be provided with an internet access. So the router should be able to direct the data from the fog node to the cloud node. And what is the cloud layer? Cloud layer is basically a storage. In this application, the cloud layer is basically a database where all data from the edge devices as well as the platform are stored. So to develop this testbed, we have been used AWS web server for cloud development, and they provide us DynamoDB database, which provides a cloud level visualization for system administrator. One additional option which we could get is a cloud level watch metric, so that we could keep track of the server load and data stored. So now comes the important and the top layer, which is application layer. So application layer is developed as a software. This software could be installed on any laptop or desktop machine, and that machine should be provided with internet connectivity. It is preferable to connect the laptop to the common gateway to which you have connected your fog nodes. The reason why it's preferable, I'll explain in the next slide. So how does this IoT testbed, which we developed, work, and how does it differ from the regular testbed? Generally, you could see these edge devices collects the real-time data from the environment and sends it to the fog nodes for processing. The actuator are also edge nodes, which receives commands from these fog nodes. So they are interconnected by following the embedded protocols such as I2C, SPA, UART, let it be Wi-Fi, Bluetooth. Therefore, any kind of edge devices could be used in the testbed application. After processing this data, the fog node sends these processed data to the cloud via the gateway, as well as it receives instructions from the cloud via the same gateway and sends this instruction to the actuators. And now the application layer. The host machine running the application layer retrieves data from the cloud and updates the instruction to the cloud via the same gateway. The reason why the host machine running the application layer and the fog node should be connected in the same way is a good novelty in this feature. That is, in case of failure in internet connectivity, the fog node directly connects with the host machine running the testbed application and transfers the data in the form of data stream. So this testbed, which is an IoT testbed, works even in the absence of internet. So this is the real-time setup of the prototype. The application which I selected is to monitor the temperature as well as provide an alarm when there's an abnormal change in the temperature. To realize this IoT application, I used 2 edge devices which
technology of this decade. It reminded me when I had an invited paper to the special issue on digital switching of the IEEE transaction on communications, July 1979. It was at that time really the historic moment as well. Now I shall share my slides. Share screen.
Dr. Azam, are you having any technical problem?
I'm having technical problem to share the screen.
Just try to not to minimize your.
I tried to minimize it or to not to minimize it?
Not to minimize it.
Okay.
Just switch between tabs.
Strange.
Can you see it now?
No, it's strange that I cannot see it. It doesn't come up.
Okay, when you click and share screen, what do you see?
I see event is engaging and PowerPoint, but doesn't show my PowerPoint.
This is an application window or the entire screen. If it's not showing up entire screen, not the application of PowerPoint, it's okay to share your entire screen for the presentation.
start about our on the road to AI tech for you, on the road to an AI world. I'll just say a few words about AI tech for you, not for marketing purposes, but in order to talk about some products which are really in real life, either at the early stage of maturity or late stage of pilots or so. A mission of AI Tech for You is to facilitate mature AI-based product to empower people and organizations in the region for effective performance, convenience, safety, and security. Actually, before I continue, I would like to thank Engineer Mohammed Salama for helping me to bring this presentation to life. Also, his previous actually sessions were very informative and useful, and of course, it helps me not to repeat what they said, which is really representing companies like Nokia and Ericsson doing great work on digital transformation. AI Tech for You is trying to bring AI mature product to the region. I will give example of such a product which can be divided generally to autonomous mobility products like this. For example, this is an autonomous cargo vehicle working in workshops or as warehouses to bring goods from place to place. And this is an autonomous delivery vehicle that's being piloted in China right now to also make autonomous delivery. Of course, it was piloted during the COVID time, and it was very useful to reduce the human interaction. And this is autonomous chair, which can be used in airports, for example, or sporting clubs, wide areas to move people from place to place. In the airport, for example, it can actually just scan the boarding pass, and it will take you through the airport into the different points that you have to pass by. And we have, these are LiDAR sensors. We will talk about it in subsequent slides, which is a very useful component for the autonomous driving and for autonomous security as well, because it actually let you or let the machine see the surrounding in 3 dimensions with high accuracy. And we have, of course, consultancy and training products like this one is a certified AI practitioner, a very important course that will lead to AI practitioners that we need for the future. In the security, for example, this is an example, a video example of use of the LiDAR combined with camera and artificial intelligence to track people, possibly identify them and track them in areas that require high security, sensitive, for example, critical infrastructure, and so on. And this is another interesting product for intelligent transportation system, which detects distracted drivers or drivers not putting seat belts, for example. So with the vision, it can actually identify the pattern of those subscribers, those people who are violating, for example, the traffic law. So these are examples of machines or equipment using artificial intelligence. Now to the road to an AI world. History of civilization is the history of human intelligence. The universe actually is very big. We have 1 billion galaxies, each galaxy with 1 billion stars. So we have billion stars each one of them is like our sun. The sun, created 13.8 billion years ago. The Earth is created 4.54 billion years ago. And the modern human is created, let's say, 360,000 years ago. The civilization which really represent the whole universe is full of intelligence, from the whole galaxies up to the cell of the creatures, like the one we have here at the right-hand side. And in order really to explore about this, we need artificial intelligence, nanotechnology, biotechnology, genetic engineering, neuroscience, which we shall see later how useful they are to find about our universe. The civilization and intelligence, which is expressed in the civilization of mankind, started with agriculture some 12,000 years ago, and the written record, like the Egyptians, for example, 5,000 years ago. And modern science started with the civilization around 4 years ago, industrial civilization 200.
كل انواع الامراض اللي بتظهر عليه باشكالها المختلفه بصورها المختلفه، وتبني لها داتا بيز وتعمل عليها تريننج. وانس عملت سكسس في حاجه زي كده تقدر تكسباند اكتر يعني. بس لازم تعمل سكسس يعني.
يعني نعمل بايلوتنج على مستوى واحد او زرعه واحده، او مثلا نبلش مثلا في الطماطم مثلا. احنا عندنا بالبندوره كثير فيها مشاكل في بلدنا، فممكن نبدا في البندوره.
ممكن يبقى لها ماركت كبير والمشاكل بتاعتها كتيره. بالمناسبه، وده يمكن يعني كومنت انا بقوله دايما لكل الناس، كل ما بننجح ناخد الاي اي والاي او تي لقطاعات بعيده عن الاي سي تي سيكتور، كل ما السكسس ستوري بتبقى افضل واحسن، وبتوجد اوبورتيونيتي كبيره. في ناس في قطاعات الزراعه، في قطاعات الصيد، في قطاعات تربيه الحيوانات عندهم تشالنجز كتيره جدا. ازاي بقى انت تستفيد من الاي اي والاي او تي والديجيتال سوليوشن، ان انت تساعد الناس دي تنهانس البرودكتيفيتي بتاعتها؟ دي اوبورتيونيتيز كويسه. ففكره المشروع اوبورتيونيتي كويسه، بس محتاج تشتغل عليه كتير شويه.
طيب
دكتوره ساره او مهندس مهند لو حابين يقولوا حاجه.
لو في حد حابب يقول بس حاجه اخيره عشان احنا الوقت بتاعنا.
انا اوافقك تماما دكتور محمد، كان عندي نفس السؤال وهيدا كان عندي نفس الريمارك، يعني انه بمطرح كانوا حاطين ريتش اول ذا وورلد، وهذا شيء مستحيل بالبيجينينج، خاصه بعلم البوتاني يعني بعلم النباتات.
ثانك يو.
طيب
شكرا جزيلا
على هادي، وبالتوفيق ان شاء الله في المستقبل.
شكرا جزيلا.
كده خلصنا تيمات الاردن، نتجه الى اخر تيمين معانا وهم من الامارات. اعتقد ان اول تيم منهم معانا.
انا بدي اعتذر بس عندي ايرجنت ميتنج، بخلص وبرد بدخل. انا اسف جدا.
لا احنا طولنا شويه.
فعلا طولنا.
تمام، اتفضل.
سلامات.
طيب مينا، انت موجود معايا دلوقتي؟ مينا سامعني؟ مينا اشرف سامعني؟
مينا اشرف ده اسم من مصر على فكره، ده مش من الامارات.
هو مش عارف، انا استغربت برضه، انا حسيت ان هو من مصر بصراحه، بس هو الامارات يعني. هي
الامارات فيها 200 جنسيه بقى، فيعني all of them Emirates يعني.
طيب مينا انت سامعني يا مينا؟ مينا سامعني؟ مينا موجود معانا؟
لو مينا مش معانا نخش على التيم اللي بعده لحد ما مينا يجهز.
التيم اللي بعده يا حسين لو هو مش موجود. طيب مينا انت دلوقتي جاهز؟ انت دلوقتي سامعني؟
مينا ظاهرة.
انا بسأل، انا صوتي مسموع؟
فانت عامل ميوت.
ايوه مصري اهو.
مصري.
ايوه طلع مصري مش اماراتي.
لا مصري جدا كمان.
تمام. طيب تقدر تشير سكرين يا مينا لو حابب، وحابب بس يعني اكد تاني ان السلوت كلها ربع ساعه، نحاول نختصر على قد ما نقدر بس عشان الوقت، وحاول تخلص البرزنتيشن بتاعتك في 5 دقايق لان الجورجز دايما بيبقى عندهم اسئله كتير.
ادونا فرصتنا
نجاوب على كل الاسئله بس.
هو السؤال بس انا ايطات ان انا اخر حد.
لا في تيم بعدك، بس
تاني
2 تيمز بعدين.
طيب اوكي I'll go quickly. Just to give you a context, الابلكيشن دي was developed as part of ال UAE hackathon في الامارات. It was part of the happiness and well-being exercise او التراك بتاع الwellness والwell-being. احنا what we have developed الاب اسمها تلاوة. It's a real-time Arabic language processing unit using deep learning. ببساطة to stay aligned مع أو يعني to define what the problem is. احنا we see it defined by 3 main dimensions. أول dimension منهم هو إن في بلد زي الإمارات عندنا a lot of non-Arabic speaking expats who belong also to the Muslim community there. وعندنا انه في رؤيه فيجن 2021 مع من الموجوده من الامارات في strategic direction to
organizers for giving us such an opportunity. I do believe that for 2021, there will be maybe a hybrid use of conference attendance supported by technology. This year was very hard. We've seen a lot of conferences, or most of the conferences actually have been held remotely during COVID. And we've seen that the technology has supported us to have those conferences being dealt with remotely.
Yes, sure. So Dr. Huda, speaking of the conferences that you have attended, in your opinion, what is the most special thing that you liked about this one?
First of all, I would like to correct. Actually, I'm not a doctor. I have not finished my doctor's studies, so I'm an engineer. So this is a correction point. Thank you for that. And for what I really liked about this conference is having a dedicated track for women. I've seen a lot of conferences this year and in the past years focused on women, but having a dedicated and full day track for women was something of big insight for me.
Yes, sure. So speaking of women, Dr. Rahma, I want to ask you a question about your opinion of the Women in Tech track that we started today. How is it important to have such a track in the conference? It's the first year actually to have such a track. So what is your opinion about that?
I'm very happy that we have it, honestly, and I found it very, very good. Why? Because often when we have a conference, we have one woman invited with a lot of men, and we don't give a chance and the opportunity to listen to amazing talents from the women in tech area. So the fact that we have one track on a woman will allow more amazing talent to express and also to share their opinion. And I think it's also important for all the women that they are in their beginning of their career or thinking about the tech and the STEM path, and they can have the vision that they are not alone. They have a certain community, not as big as the men community, but they are a community, a strong community of women, and there is a path to become a leader in this space. So I think it's good to have more space, more time, more women leaders to participate. Yeah.
Yes, sure. So Engineer Huda, I would be interested to hear your answer about the same question. What's your opinion about Women in Tech track that we have started today?
I would actually be in line. I have a similar vision to what Dr. Rahma has highlighted here. I think it gives women also an aspiration to lead in different aspects of the society, not only in technology, but at large. I think it gives them hope and also breaks the glass ceiling. So having, for instance, our session today, and the fellow panelists and the moderator were super highly educated, super professional. So it gives really a very good type of hope to and aspiration for the young talents to join the same group.
Sure. So my last question for you both, I want to hear your opinions about Dubai Expo, like 2020. It has been postponed to next year, as we all know. So what is the impact of being a part of such a massive event?
Maybe Huda.
I would like to start. First of all, Expo 2020 is extremely dear to my heart. I started the engagement while being the Chief Operating Officer for UAE and Oman at SAP. It has been a very, very interesting ride, and I have full confidence that this would be one of the most successful events worldwide. I would say that the postponement of Expo 2020, I would look at it from a positive aspect, actually. It gives us an opportunity to see an impact of COVID, how COVID and coronavirus has impacted the ways we live. And I'm pretty sure that Expo would use such an opportunity to bring even more technologies to instill aspiration in all of us. Dr. Rahma?
I will join Huda on that. Expo 2020 and the fact that SAP, we are premium partner with Expo 2020, make us in the front seat of this event with the Expo committee. What I believe that already Expo had in their agenda, and when we see the different tracks that we have, like sustainability, inclusiveness, and so on, these are the thematic that we see today coming up after the COVID-19. But they were already in the agenda of Expo 2020, so they are already in advance. But what I appreciate also that many events still going on with Expo 2020. It's not stopped, it's not waiting for the event. There are a lot of events and a lot of conference, a lot of interaction are going on now. And I think this also create a dynamism, create an interest, create waiting in the community and in the society in Dubai about what will happen in the next month.
Okay, yes, I see. I want to thank you both so much, Dr. Rahma and Engineer Huda, for being with us in this conference, and thank you for your time, and can't wait to see you next year with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Goodbye. Thank you.
Yeah, you have a great rest of the day. Bye.
Is going at an unprecedented speed. Ladies and gentlemen, we are experiencing the most and the fastest accelerated speed of disruption in every single aspect of our lives. However, one single thing that is common among all, which is that the technology is the source of that disruption and that accelerated speed. Some of those technologies that are contributing to the massive and accelerated change is really, some of them are, for example, IoT, cloud, big data, the mixed or the X reality, extended reality, virtual reality, augmented reality. Add to that 5G and Wi-Fi 6. However, one of the biggest trends that is contributing to this massive disruption and accelerated change in our life is really artificial intelligence, fueled by the massive amount of data that is generated on a daily basis. Artificial intelligence, in my view, is the mother of all trends. Add to that, the work environments are becoming a lot more complex. We, as workers today, in many different sectors, many different segments, many different organizations, and many different verticals, we are having to do now a lot more with less, yet our day-to-day life is becoming a lot more complex. On average, we are dealing on a daily basis, some of the workers are dealing with more than 70 different applications. They have to search and go around among all these applications to get the right amount of data to conduct their daily life. And also, the IT department today is having to deal more than ever with many different aspects of delivering on applications and devices and capabilities and connectivities to the workers than they have not had to deal with before. Ladies and gentlemen, COVID-19 over the past year has forced organizations, for example, in addition to all the complexities that we mentioned, they had to move from almost zero remote work to near 98 to 100% remote work. So you can imagine the complexity. So the world is moving at an accelerated speed. Many different trends and technologies are contributing to the disruption and the changes that are happening, and yet the life of the employees and the worker is changing at speed and scale. Let's take a look at some of the world statistics. Today, we are just under the 8 billion population. 3 billion of those are digital workers. More than 1 billion of those are knowledge worker, and the other 2 billion are just regular workers. We'll talk about how artificial intelligence and the tools that it's creating and the opportunity that it's creating, it can, from one hand, really create a lot of pressure and really negative aspect and creating a lot of challenges. However, from the other side, it's creating tremendous opportunity to transform and to accelerate the capabilities and the outcome. However, today the view is that we are just under 60% in terms of connectivity. Connectivity now, and COVID-19 has taught us that without the people who were not connected were at a disadvantage. In many places, countries, organizations, the people managed to maintain their daily life and the daily things they do because they had internet connectivity. So this is really becoming really a lot more like a human right kind of concept, where you really need to provide internet connectivity to the entire world. So over the next year or two, we are expecting another billion to be connected to the internet. So you can easily see how every single time we are adding one piece to the puzzle, it's really becoming a lot more complex. Add to that the surge and the growth and the accelerated expansion in terms of the data generated. So for example, there is more than 277% growth in the data that is actually generated by IoT devices. On a weekly basis, more than 30 million devices that are being connected. More than 40% of that data is coming from the sensors, and so on and so forth. So you can easily look at these statistics and you can see that the massive number of devices that are connected, the users that are connected, and all the different things that when we start moving into bridging the digital divide and connect the unconnected, we can easily see the massive amount of data generated. And the reason that AI is the mother of all trends is when we look at AI in general, in my view, it's really built on 3 pillars. One is the compute capability, which really we have plenty of. We can always use more. But when you start looking at quantum computing, that's really put us at a whole new paradigm shift. But compute is the first pillar. The second pillar is the AI advanced algorithm. And that's really the programming capability and all the different intelligence that we program into the machine. Finally is the data and the data set and data sets with context. And this surge of data that I am just giving a glimpse of in this slide is really what's contributing to the massive growth and advancement in artificial intelligence on both the positive side as well as on the challenging side. That is, ladies and gentlemen, is really causing us from one aspect voluntarily to redefine the boundaries and capture the opportunity. On the other side, it's non-voluntary, where we are pushed and moved into it. Really, those technologies driven by primarily artificial intelligence, 5G, Wi-Fi 6, and others that I mentioned earlier are driving the digital transformation and hence creating a new opportunity. It is estimated that the market size of artificial intelligence will be just under $16 trillion by the year 2030. You can imagine the tremendous opportunity, and we'll talk about some of those options that we have and some of those different things that we could potentially do so that we can capture that opportunity. But ladies and gentlemen, this is near 12% of the GDP of the world economy. In 2030, in less than a decade, this is the market that's expected to be generated by artificial intelligence. A survey recently that was conducted on some of business and C-suite decision makers around AI and its impact on the business. 75% said that artificial intelligence and strategies around artificial intelligence that are built on good data will allow them to move into a new business opportunity. And more than 84% of those decision makers stated that AI either will maintain a competitive advantage or will create a new competitive advantage for them. So there is no doubt that artificial intelligence is on the mind of the CX suite and the decision makers, the business decision makers, in terms of the potential opportunity. I would like now to shift gear a little bit and share with you what is it that we are doing at Cisco and how are we leveraging the massive amount of data and the artificial intelligence so that we can create this opportunity and address some of the challenges I introduced at the beginning of the presentation. So what is it that organizations and businesses are looking for? The philosophy is really very simple. We're trying to ensure that any user using any device connected
more gender diversity workforce, then I think it's very important to make sure that women have the floor to discuss in conferences and to be let's say, yeah, there is noise, and to contribute more and more.
Yes, okay. So you must have attended tens of conferences this year. So actually, what is the most interesting thing that you've liked about this one?
Oh, as already said, I think that the most interesting thing was the fact that there were many women and females. I think it was very interesting to see this representation of women in a tech panel, tackling with the subjects of IA, with the machine learning and things like that. And I think it was really interesting to have women in this panel, and a panel made by women and around women. On the other hand, it was a really high value panel because we talked about ethics, we talked about digital transformation impact, we talked about education and preparation of the jobs of the future and things like that. And I think this was really unique.
Okay, I see. So as you know, Dr. Naila, the conference objective is to support the integration among academia, industry, and government. So how do you see this happening in IEEE, GCAIoT, within its technical government tracks and industry, of course?
Okay, then the question is to see how is about how we can make more gender diversity happen in administration and the private sector, in the tech fields.
Yes.
Okay, then I think that we have to impose some quotas, let's say, impose some number of women that have to be in a leadership position within public and private companies. And I think it's very important that in the board of big companies, we make sure that there is at least 40 to 50% that is composed by women and female.
I see. So you've actually mentioned the virtual conferences and at the beginning. So as we know, Dubai Expo 2020 has been postponed to next year. And it's actually our next station. So in your opinion, what is the impact of being a part of such a massive event?
I'm sorry, I missed the end of your sentence.
Yeah, in your opinion, what is the impact of being a part of such a massive event like Expo 2020?
Oh, okay. You mean
Let me welcome Engineer Faisal Al-Khaldi, Transformation Advisor and CEO of Linkers IoT. We're so happy to have you here with us in this conference. So going through this virtual experience, how do you think the technical conferences would be in 2021?
First of all, I would like to thank everyone behind this huge effort. You guys showed a lot of dedication and commitment. You showed a lot of professionalism to bring everyone into one mission. I like the diversity of mindsets of people joined in the conference and different talking points. And it's amazing to see how technology is bringing everybody from around the globe in one mission, which is to stay connected, to exchange data and information for the future of humanity. And this is really overwhelming. Part of what we are seeing today, digital transformation is becoming the glue that is binding our societies together. It leverages on a lot of technologies to transform knowledge, experiences, and close distances. Not only physical distances, but also mindset distances. I can talk to someone very senior than me in another part of the world, and we can share and communicate and bring our thoughts together. And the same thing, I can communicate with students or kids and exchange information. They become inspiring, I become inspiring as well. And I believe this will continue, especially in 2021. But I think part of us as a human being will continue be eager to stay also physically connected. This part of us of getting together, I think this will bring us back in a physical hybrid online type of engagement. If I'm too busy to attend, I'll be more than happy to engage as well. If I have the time, if I have the convenience, I would physically be there. So I believe it gives the people options rather than take it or leave it. In the past, whether you are here or you're missing everything. And today, you have the option. Whether you are here or not here, you can participate, you can have a voice, you can exchange ideas. And I believe that's the key of how events and gatherings are being matured by time to understand this core essence of giving people options.
So I want to ask you about the Industry Summit, actually. What's your feedback about it? Also, what's your plan for it next year?
So I learned in this summit this year from amazing people, especially in smart cities and AI, where we listened to Engineer Yunus, for example, about bringing technology back to the center of human beings, center of users. How we learned from Dr. Maher, how resilience is being thought of for the future of human being and digital economy. We learned from Dr. Huda, education is an important piece of the puzzle to enrich the future generation. And from Sohaib, we learned that sustainability and SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, are an essential part in the core DNA of smart cities. And I believe we continue learning as we go. And the Industry Summit is an amazing platform that brought these kind of mindsets together to exchange and learn from each other. We learned from UK, we learned from Oman, we learned from UAE, and we learned from Saudi in one platform. And this is amazing. And in a subject that is very niche, smart cities, where everybody can talk a lot about marketing, smart cities, but when it comes to core smart city functions leaders, like the ones we had in the panel, it's a great opportunity for everyone who has joined. And I believe we will plan ahead for the next year to have more focused subjects inside the smart cities. We might have subjects around mobility as a service or delivery as a service. What cities are bringing on the table for the digital world, not only the physical world, but also for the digital world. And I believe cities of the future, they need to have future digital metrics in order to succeed, rather than normal traditional global indexes to be evaluated against. I believe that would be an interesting point to look at for the next year.
So as you know, the conference objective is to support the integration among academia, industry, and government. So how do you see this happening in IEEE, GCAIoT, among its technical, industry, and government tracks?
So I believe government is the ultimate enabler of all industries. And I believe the more we have a clear open channel with government officials, will bridge the gap between industry leaders and government leaders as well. And the platform is a perfect place for such dialogues.
So my last question for you actually is about Expo 2020, which is postponed to next year, as we know. So in your opinion, what is the impact of being a part of such a massive event?
I believe people had enough of staying back or staying alone, staying home.
Yes.
I believe we all do.
Yes.
And I believe it's the time for humanity to come against the pandemic and strengthen their will, and by staying safe as well. We're not saying that we're throwing ourselves. We're saying that we continue to connect, we continue to travel, and by maintaining healthy measures. And I believe Dubai has a great example in leadership in this. They showed a great spirit in GITEX this year. And I believe they will have an amazing Expo 2020. And this will have a great positive impact on travel, flights, accommodation, hospitality, the city in general. And I believe there is a challenge for the city municipality and city officials to maintain healthy measures as they are growing and as they are receiving people from around the globe. And it's a part of maturity. I believe people now started to listen, to adopt the new lifestyle.
I see. I want to thank you so much, Engineer Faisal, for being with us. It was a pleasure having you. I enjoyed the interview myself and can't wait to see you with us next year. Thank you so much.
The pleasure is mine.